Oh boy. What is up first? Oh, it's an excellent question. I need to finish these freaking gauntlets. They still need their reefer yellow. I keep putting that off. Should probably do that. You're a pre-pro one. Well, both of ours. And then the Empire gauntlets need their plug blocks, which will be I'll have to sand it down. I got a cursed plug block here. I had to make a new mold, and it had too many air bubbles in it. So now I just have a really spiky plug block, which is fine. I can just sand all that off. But it damn. Chip went down the wrong way. It's a bit cursed right now. I also have to cast a bajillion and a half things today. I know, Maddie, you don't have food. You'll have food in a couple hours. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna have to make another mold. I'm just gonna probably cast a bunch and just use those for commissions, since like aesthetically it looks terrible. And I wouldn't want to send that out in a kit, but it's just extra resin, so just sand it real quick and it's fine. So eventually I will have to make a new mold, but for now, I do not care. Oh, you don't need a... I made two plug blocks. Not the whole wire, but just two glossy ones. I don't know where the other one went, though. I do need to box up all of your stuff here soon. That's for sure. Anyway. Let's get to masking these. Desk cam. Cool. Camera's pretty much in the right spot. And I'm just gonna use my the one I already painted as reference, because it's like pretty much impossible to see all of this damage again anyway. So I mean, I'm pretty sure I was making it for you anyway. Because I wasn't planning on putting a plug block on my pre-pro one. Since it's never really seen. And it's just going to be sitting, these gauntlets are just going to be sitting in a display cabinet for a while anyway. So... if I find it, I'm sure I probably just threw it in your box of crap. Or it's laying on my photography table where it won't get all gross and dirty from existing in the shop. Things either go to the printer room, uh, or they sit on the photography table. Because if they stay on this side of the shop, they just get just absolutely obliterated in dust in like a minute. Another wire. I do still have the other half of that XLR, that red XLR plug, so I should be able to do another. Sometimes my dad will come over and he'll see all my crap laying over there. And he's like, why are you, oh, why is all your stuff over here? And I'm like, cause it's just, it gets so freaking dusty over there. If you don't want all of my crap on your side, then pay for an industrial air purifier and dust collection system. Thanks. And then he was like, okay, fine. Just keep it contained. And I'm like, that's what I thought. Yeah. Which I should have enough XLR. I bought a 10-foot XLR and then just cut it in half. It's not going to have the right end on it, but you can swap that out easy enough. I would like to resin cast the correct XLR plug. Find like the correct vintage one and make a mold of it for the 4 people in the world who would want one. I could even cold cast them so they're look more aluminum-like. I don't think I do have the correct vintage plug. I sent, or no, I do, because I sent you the pictures of the one that I have, and you said that it was probably that you said that it was right, I think, if I remember correctly. So I guess I can resin cast that end. I have to buy more silicone soon. Ugh, I hate buying silicone. It's so freaking expensive. I mean, yeah, it is just that, but like, still want all the right markings and everything because we're insane. If I'm gonna be making a mold of something, it's gonna be the right one. This is gonna be a fun paint job to bastardize on my custom. Because I'm doing the ketchup and mustard gauntlets for that cursed piece of kit that I'm working on. Did I get it all? Yep. Okay, so you're finally ready for refriolo. And now to do it again. So I can get these gauntlets freaking done. And I have to do a whipcord housing again, though. I don't like when people ask like ways to attach the visor and the gauntlets and stuff, and then I tell them the accurate way, and then they don't want to do it because either like they're afraid that the part will break, or that, you know, it doesn't seem very secure, or this, that, or the other. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. That's literally how they used Velcro on the gauntlets. They're not going to break. They have flex. It's fine. That's like literally like the originals were done that way, and that doesn't seem to matter. And then like for the visor, like you can do the visor clips, or you can just do freaking duct tape, because that's what Jedi ended up having at near the end, is there's just duct tape in there holding it. Or just the easy way, which is just dabs of hot glue. Which, you know, the dabs of hot glue isn't technically accurate, but it freaking works. Me too. The flex of vacuum forming is just absolutely necessary in certain applications. And a lot of people don't realize how much flex vacuum form has. Because like I'll sell vacuum form parts to Mercs, and they think that it's all stiff, rigid plastic, like they're 3D printed parts, and then they will have I'll show them like how flexible all the vacuum form parts are, and they're just like, oh, that's why people use it. I'm like, yeah. And as long as you don't get your paint too heavy, the paint will flex with the part. So all the gauntlets, you just Velcro, flex them apart. It's perfectly fine. Cod and kidney, move wrong, the plastic will just flex with you. Use my knowledge, I beg you. I'm just gonna start sending that Palpatine gif. If people start, like, after I tell them all this, they're like, I don't know about that. I'll just like, use my knowledge, I beg you. I would say in, like, strength-wise, depends on the application, but for the most part, I would say vacuum form is always going to be stronger, because like you no matter how many times you drop it, it's not just going to shatter like a print can. Of course, a print, like, I don't know. A print's going to be stronger in some ways, but in terms of the kind of strengths that you're looking for in a costume, I don't think there's really any metric that prints are stronger in that would matter. I definitely made that mistake when I first started Fett, as I definitely bought cheap at first because I didn't fully understand how much better expensive stuff was, and there's a reason why it's more expensive. Um, but yeah, Fett is definitely one of those that you just need to go all in the first time. Even if you're not planning on it being anything more than just a casual costume, like long term, you're going to be so much happier just getting the good stuff first. I need to go grab the bottom shell. That is if this would frickin' stand up. There we go. Let me go grab the bottom shell. Hi, Otto. I see so many people that buy like a black series and then try and like spend all of this time and money replacing parts of it to make it more accurate and fix the issues. And at some point, like, you're spending more in time and money than to just buy a good cast from the start. Jeff did a Mando season 2 and or a Boba Mando season 2, and the turn signals on the file that he got were original trilogy size, not Mando sized, and he had to fix it for 501st. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, apparently they just recasted the sideshow bust. Which is kind of funny, actually. They casted it and then they did some modifications to it because it's definitely not a perfect one-to-one, but the there are enough similarities that I think it makes a very convincing argument that it's just the sideshow bust helmet, the one-to-one bust that they made. Yeah, Black Series is apparently they used the scan that EFX did of the Empire helmet as a base, but they might as well not have because oh my god, they changed so much to make it mass producible. And I still hate that they molded the damage into the freaking helmet. Like, what was the point of that? Like, yeah, the paint had layers, I guess, but like, not like that. They don't even fit on my head because of all of the weird stuff they've got going on the inside. I wish the Jedi helmet would get some love from like EFX and stuff. I was working on it for a minute, but the demand just like no one's the amount of time and money to make those molds, and accurately they should be cast in rubber. Um, but there's not really people doing the costume now. Book of Boba Fett kind of killed all momentum. So I've had a set of my armor boxed up, ready to ship for what feels like 2 years now. I think everybody who did like Cobb Vanth has done it. That or everyone that wanted to do it has done it, and everyone who wants to do Boba is just either doesn't care about peak accuracy or has already done it. Yeah, the Book of Boba costume makes no sense lore-wise and aesthetic-wise. That's really what we wanted to see. Let Tony Gilroy do Book of Boba season 2. That'll be amazing. But someday I'll do a post Sarlacc Boba of how he appeared before he stopped at Sherwin-Williams and repainted his stuff, because that was badass, that entire scene. The vest for Mando season 2 for that is ironing board fabric, by the way. That's why it looks so freaking weird. Shauna confirmed that she straight up just bought ironing board fabric. I kind of want to do a post Sarlacc costume, but accurately, like what it would look like with their take on the costume, but with accurate parts. So like in universe, what it would actually look like. So correct vest, a correct flight, or not correct gauntlet sculpts and armor sculpts and everything. I think that would be fun to do. I am impressed though at some of the details that they did get right. Like they actually put like an XLR on the bottom of the jetpack and the button, and they got the dental files in the helmet. but then they still miss the dents. The dents aren't correct for Jedi. And I'm like, what? How do you know to put an XLR port on the bottom of the jetpack in the correct orientation and spot, but you don't get the right hero plates for reference? And you get dental files in the helmet that are the correct color too, but you still don't have the right hero armor. Yeah, I don't think the chest sequence wasn't, and the rangefinder topper also doesn't blink right. And that's like the sequence, at least it's like, okay, that was like a little extra knowledge to be able to get a sequence that was right. Okay, fine, but like the topper, like just pull up the Super Trooper video and there's your sequence right there. It's the same freaking helmet. That is true. I'm curious if Legacy even had access, like what level Legacy had access to for, because it was Legacy Effects did the costume. I wonder what level of access to the archives they had. Because if they had full access to the archives and they still did what they did, then okay, no. Screw you guys. Book of Boba is just, why do you get rid of the dents and like reforge his armor? That's what really gets me, is he went through all that effort to get Jango's armor back because it's so special to him. And then in Book of Boba, it's all different armor. So either he got new Beskar, or he melted down all of Jango's armor and reforged it into a new shape with just extra random details for no reason. That's the part that really pisses me off. Like repainting, yeah, he did that. That's fine. Like that Jango's armor was not green, but like why go through all that effort to then just reforge the armor and get rid of your dents? They should have just, I think they should have just stuck with the post Sarlacc and just never repaint and just have that armor. I think that would have been the best of the available options. Try and make these match as close as possible since they're supposed to. Sometimes I wonder if they use the special edition as reference and then just thought that was what Jedi was, because that would make a lot more sense. I do have a cardboard cutout Boba that looks over me, though, up here. I need to get a pre-prod 2 cardboard cutout. But that is actually 1-to-1 scale, which is fascinating. Because it's Dakota's parts on it, I took calipers to the jetpack greeblade since it's the closest to the camera, and it's spot on with his part. So it's a 1-to-1 cutout. Oh look, more spam. Hi, Otto. Oh, my screen's crooked over here. Do we have to clean the airbrush today? Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. And he told me, I don't know if it's, I'm not gonna say specifically what he told me because I don't remember if he said if this is public knowledge or not. But they did also buy parts for Book of Boba, which then supports certain theories of how things were made. Even though they clearly didn't use any of his parts directly, it appears that they used a lot of things that he made as reference. Or at least like bases. I wish I was making armor when they did the post-Sarlacc flashbacks, because I would have loved to be able to make the armor that Wasted Fett did. Yeah, Dakota machine craft replicas. I wouldn't call it recasting. Probably just used as reference and used them as bases for all of their Book of Boba parts. I mean, you can message him and see what he'll say, because I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what, I don't remember what he said is, because he told me, when Book of Boba was announced, but said that it wasn't to not tell anyone about, but then I know that he was telling some people as time went on, so I don't remember what's public knowledge and what's not. So I'm just gonna leave it there. Where's my paint list? I think it's still laying over here. Printers. Well, I wonder if My microphone's still working. Does this better microphone work through a metal wall? Oh goodness, that is like right on the edge of the printer. But it works. Because I'm 3D printing boxes to go around silicone, or like, you know, to pour 2-part molds in. Way better than trying to make them out of wood or anything. Anyway. Look at this fancy danciness. This is your paint list for Pre-Prod 3. All laminated and fancy. And I'm referencing it to make sure that I do this again right. Yes, armor yellow. Armor yellow thinned. Whoopsie daisy. Paint, paint, paint. No, that's armor yellow. Gosh darn it. Not reefer yellow. I grabbed the wrong yellow. Reefer yellow. Pre-thinned. There we go. How did my watch disconnect from my phone? Wait, where's my phone? Isn't it sitting right? It's sitting right there. Okay, sure, watch. You are like 5 feet from my phone. Why did she disconnect? Okay. Read for yellow, pre-thinned. Here we go. Much better. Now I need my gloves. I also got the whipcord housings that just need a quick little sand. And the other gauntlets can hopefully also be wrapped up today. How we look, that's... Yeah. I think that's a good amount of yellow. Maybe a little bit more on the back here. And now you go and try. Yellow, yellow. And bottom shell. God darn. Looks good to me. Now it just needs weathering. I think I'm gonna hit mine one more time though. It's a little on the pale side in some places. I'm hoping next week I can get down and do the flamethrowers and start bending those. All right, yellow's on. Now what did I do next? Because I don't remember. Weathered black, isolated misting. So that was just the really dark parts. And then another misting on top of that. This weathered black needs to be thin as hell. Have fun. So you need to buy a gauntlet kit, or do you want to pay me to do another one? I don't necessarily want to do another one right at this moment, but I will. But they're not my gauntlet kits. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to, I also don't really want to do helmets. Helmets are a pain in the ass. But it also wouldn't be that hard for you to sell, unused kits if you really wanted to. I think you'll be quite happy with my gauntlet kits, because I see some things that he got wrong. All right, weathered black is on. And now I need to do left gauntlet, dark reefer gray. Aye, aye, past me. I guess I could probably switch cameras since I'm just kind of doing this out in the open. $150 for a gauntlet kit. What's he selling in a kit for $150? Oh, armor sets for 150? I mean, with what I've heard he has stopped including in his kits, I suppose that makes sense. If it's just the raw plastic, then yeah. But I've heard that he has stopped including all of the things that he says he includes. Like all of the metal bits and greeblies and so forth. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's true. Did I give you you asked about a bulk price for armor for me once, I think. Maybe, unless I'm completely losing my mind. Which I very well could be. I can always get more white plastic now that I finally have a distributor. It's more expensive than black, but not enough to really matter long term. But it does suck. It's almost double the cost of black. But I can order it in small quantities, which is nice. One of these days I will do a custom run of white plastic from my main distributor. Because I really like the quality of their plastic. But it's so freaking expensive. Oh my god. I do not have like several $1,000s to just spend on plastic. Also, if I ever do a custom run of plastic, I need to make more vacuum form bucks because right now I have pretty much one of each. But having duplicates would make that process. Then I could just do like a full thing of chest plates, a full thing of gauntlets. Be a lot more efficient and faster. Okay, I think these gauntlets are finally done, minus the I need the Glenrosses. I always need more silicone. That could probably be taken the wrong way. Yeah. Well, let's switch to a different camera now that I'm done there. This one's fine. We don't have to keep it PG. I feel like the jokes, the comments you were making before required context, which YouTube viewers would not have had. It's true. It's true. Part of me wants to clear coat these pre-prod 1 gauntlets just to make you squirm. No, my gauntlets, not yours. I think I'm gonna put Dakota's, I think I'm gonna put Dakota's Glenross on mine, since it's a display piece anyway. But that's at my house right now. I do too. I get why he doesn't. But as far as I know, he only made like 2 or 3 production samples, and I got one of them. And he told me I didn't have to keep it a secret. And I'm like, hell yeah. I mean, the Vader people would also love some Glen Ross's because they were in his helmet. He also apparently has some details about them that everyone else gets wrong, whatever that is. Of course, they're trade secrets kind of thing. But I'm like, ooh. I want to know. Tell me. Nope. I get. Is there any Vader people? I want a Glen Ross. I'd say I did a pretty good job duplicating that. There's the one less scrape because there's an extra little... The corner's got a little extra damage on Repro 3. And now the bottom. I need to get someone over here to help me hang this TV back up so I can have a giant screen for stream again. Oh my gosh, it's finally done. Ish. Let's get some Glen Rosses going. I don't even know where Lou got. I'm using Lou's master for the Glen Ross. I don't even know where he got his. Yeah, that's pretty close. Look at that. I did it twice. Thrice, you could say. Now, Holden Baker Pre-Pro Wow. You need stickers so you know which is which. Not that it really matters because they're virtually identical. Uh, I need, how many Glen Rosses? 3? So I got the 2. Yeah, I need 3 because I got, uh, oh, I redid my shelving here, if anyone notices. I ran out of space, so I had to expand my little cabinet things. And then I just took the opportunity. Oh god, that's a horrible cast. Get out of here. I have when I do my sorcery and sundry shows, I put a little wanted poster for like Glen Ross's and many lights and stuff. Just, you know, on the off chance that someone just happens to have one sitting in a drawer, you never know. Not yet. By the way, the Casios, they're super glued in, but I didn't scrape off the paint, so they'll stay, but if you ever want to pop them out to put a real Casio in, it won't be impossible. So normally I scrape it up and get it down to the raw paint, and then they just, it frickin' fuses to the ABS. But for these I'm not, so that way I'm trying to make them, you know, presentable but upgradable. Oh, that camera's not plugged in. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. There it is. Now we need to make a stand for my gauntlets. I'll get there eventually. Leave me alone. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one, because I'm still not convinced either. It's definitely close, I would say, but I don't know. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's not convinced. But that plate's probably been, has that plate been painted over? Yeah, that plate's probably been painted over by now. I might as well paint the Empire keypads I have to do. Empire. I probably will. And I'll gladly just send you a new chest plate whenever I do. But at the moment, I'm unsure what that would be. Nor do I have the funds to go on a Flow-Quill buying spree. Although Lou is sending me all of his old Flow-Quill because he doesn't need them anymore. I don't know what colors he's got, but I'm not going to say no to Flow-Quill. Once all of my commissions are done, I will go back to investigating that chest plate. Because I think it looks, oh, fuck me. I think it looks more green than it does yellow. And I think that the Flow-Quill card does a better job with the color than either of these Flow-Quill bottles. Which is entirely, you know, with their crappy quality control at the time. But it is something that I want to investigate more. Just not at the moment. And then I'll probably pick up a Tamiya color that's really close to Depot Olive for testing purposes. You're gonna stay up for like 6 days straight when you get home. Just working on Fett stuff. Gonna drink 16 Red Bulls and just never go to bed. I know it's Olive Depot for sure. I'm just saying that for testing, I don't want to be using a bunch of vintage Depot Olive. I would rather get a color that's really close to it so I can just do a bunch of tests and not worry about using up a vintage color that is expensive. Do I seriously not just have a normal black paint? I only have engine black works for this purpose, I guess. Because if I'm gonna be like spraying different base coats. When Archive X first launched their acrylic line, they had a deal for like, you buy all of the acrylics for like 200 bucks or something. And I'm so mad that I didn't do that because I was thinking about it. And I'm like, I don't know. I should have. Looking back, I absolutely should have just bought them all. Oh, that didn't. Wow, okay. That glue never kicked. Impressive. Guy's always been nice to me when I message him for stuff. He sent me the only, because I asked him about Tucson coming to acrylic, and he's just like, there wasn't enough demand to justify turning it into an acrylic, but he sent me all of the acrylic paint tests that he did for free, and I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. So I have a paint jar of a Tucson that is all of the acrylic Archive X that'll ever be made, and have yet to crack it open because I want to wait for the perfect opportunity to use that. Yeah, it is like when I discovered Tuscan, whatever the frick it is, and I used it on the Jedi gauntlets for the first time, I'm like, oh, this is the color. Because in bright, harsh, like in like harsh artificial light, it's got that deep maroon, but then like natural light, it looks more like that brick color, and it is just it's got to be the color. And especially if they were color matching the Pre-Pro 2 gauntlet, that's probably what Mario used, question mark. But my gauntlets, my personal Jedi gauntlets, are painted with Tucson. But for most commissions, because D&H Caboose is very, and on the context of gauntlets, very close. And because Tucson is so hard to get, I often just use D&H Caboose now. Like, it definitely doesn't have the same brownish hue to it as Tucson, but it is in all other respects pretty similar. So I just usually do that. But eventually I'm going to paint up a set of Jedi gauntlets that is like the that are I'll never wear. They'll just be for display, and those will use Tucson. I just want to wait until my molds are like where I'm happy in saying that I have no reason to, like, I've gotten all the kinks worked out. I've got a good setup going. Like, I'm really happy with the sculpts now. Don't get me wrong, but I'm always tweaking my sculpts. Like sometimes I'll be pulling armor and I'll notice that, oh, actually this part just needs, like this dent just needs a little bit, just a hair more tweaking. And I'll just take it over the Dremel and just bloop. Hell, even these gauntlets have a little bit of variance in them, to be honest, because in the time between making the two, I realized a few just itty bitty little details that I needed to adjust. One of these days I need to get around to re-releasing my gauntlets as a V2 though, because I'm definitely on a V2. I have every single part has been adjusted since my initial release now. But there's not enough hours in the day ever. Bowl of ramen with a Keurig. Interesting. How'd that work out? Is this government-issued ramen? I'm in love with the ketchup and mustard gauntlets, and having 3 sets of them next to each other is very, very fun. I am very much enjoying this process. So this is, let me switch cameras. ArchiveX Depot Olive as the, or not Depot Olive, Depot Buff as the base, and then Reefer Yellow misted over that with a few hits of Weathered Black misted over that, and then a overall misting of Dark Reefer Gray. And they are simply going to become a display piece in my display cabinet whenever I need to make little stands for them next. Thank you very much. I also have 2 lasers to put on these bad boys from Machinecraft. Which one's closer? You are. So you'll be mine. I need to make the indents for the screw holes better in my mold. I took all this time to line up the frickin' screw holes to go perfectly with Dakota's rockets. But it's really hard. Like, the indent is not nearly as pronounced as I was hoping it would be when I did it. Hi, Maddie. Holden's metal parts. The box. Screwdrivers. I don't know what I did with my brass screws, so that's unfortunate. I lose stuff in this shop all the time, and it always shows up eventually, so I never stress about it. But I put stuff down in the dumbest of places sometimes. All right, we got seeing double. Heck yeah. Well, I guess they can sit over here. I'm going to attempt to find my my metal screws. You know, I bet they're in the machine craft replicas parts. That would make sense for me to put them in there. Oh look, that's where they were. I have a drawer just for his crap. Because I buy so much. I have a wall of, well, not really a wall. It's a shelf that is like 8 feet tall of little parts drawers. And I call it my mini M5 wall from Mythbusters. Like how Jamie had the floor to ceiling of bins. I just have floor to ceiling of drawers of just random stuff. I have a few ideas of how I'm going to make a display for these gauntlets. But I have not actually done any. part of that yet. Why does this screw not want to go in? Is it really that far? No, it's not that far off. Maybe it is. Let's just make the hole a little bit bigger. There we go. Yeah, I need to get another set of gauntlets because I want to make a display for my display cabinet where they're not going to be sitting on the glass. I want them up on a platform. Supported from the top shell. So I think what I'm going to do is pour some Bondo in another gauntlet to get kind of a base. The shape of the gauntlet, modify it a bit to count for screws and buttons and stuff. Attach that to like a probably aluminum U shape, and then put that on a weighted base so they can sit all fancy, like just like sitting up like this in the display cabinet. Kind of thought I was on the workbench cam. My bad. Oh, right. I need to do the little black stripy stripes on the side of these Casios. A little detail that I don't think anyone ever does. Because they didn't cut, they left a little tiny sliver of the Casio stripe on the side of the keyboards. So I cast that into my Casios and then paint in the little black stripe. See these little on the side here, these little parts of the keyboard that are still left behind. Hey, I'm not the only crazy one. But of course it would be you that's the other crazy one. Okay, Glen Rosses are drying. My gauntlet is going to go in the display cabinet with my weird knee. For now, it'll just sit in here somehow. I guess if I just throw a 1, 2, 3 block in there, I can prop it up on the keypad. Time being. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, well, it almost works, but the rocket's a bit heavy. So it doesn't quite want to sit. Need a... Okay, there we go. Prop it up like that. That works. Why do I have a can of pink out? What was I using that for? Okay, I'm gonna put these on the other side where they won't get all gross and disgusting. There's the other plug block. I was right. I put it there. Hi, Maddie. I auto. Okay. All of Dakota's little baggies that get reused. What's next? Well, let's clean up this mess. Drill bits, drill bits. So I just have a bunch of knee darts now of yours. That's all that's left. Of Holden's. Hello, viewers. How are we doing today? I just noticed that we have a bunch of 6 viewers. I got 6 whole people. What is this over here? Oh. Okay, I guess I didn't have to. Interesting. All right. Throw that back in there then, and left gauntlet. Go up there. I mean, it's all gonna go to you in the end anyway. I need more brushes. My liner brushes are starting to crap out on me. I'm sure Dakota was just happy to get the box of your stuff out of his house finally. Well, I do have... All right, the Empire gauntlets need to be cleared because they're going to people who want the clear coat. They still need plug blocks. Everything still needs darts. Don't care, don't care, don't care. I just bought another set of his Noonie darts. I had to get a rocket for a commission, and I'm like, I might as well just pick up another set of knee darts so I can use a good set for, or the new set for Pre-Pro 1. Okay. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? So that's going to that person. These gauntlets need their whipcord. I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. That down. I have returned. Now then. So figure out. Guess I need to put masking fluid on the ab and chest. So those will get ready for green. Masking fluid on the kidney plates. Oh, yeah, I wanted to see, I guess I can peel the Empire stuff before it stays on there for too long. So yeah, all that's fine. Oh, so much more masking to do. I have to buy more masking fluid soon. Hope I have enough for everything that I still have to do, but running short on Warhauser and masking fluid, which is the two worst things that you can be running short on with Boba Fett. So everything's freaking Warhauser green. I can't wait for someone to tell me that I've just been pronouncing that wrong this entire time, because I'm sure I have been. I don't know how to say it. But I can set these aside for now, I suppose. Just trying to decide where to go next. What are all these knees looking like? I know one of these knees still needs silver. What are you? You're the Empire. Empire. So these two are pre-prod. So let's get silver on this knee. And does anything else need touch up? I don't think so. So both of those are, whoops, I just, oh, no, I didn't mess it up. Okay. Cool. Oh, dropping everything. Come on. Lost my knife. Whatever. Don't care. Put this over with the sanding stuff. Oh, I'm gonna take a medicine. I should. I need to get a wide angle and stick it somewhere high up anyway. Can I stop getting spam calls, please? Thank you. Why am I already exhausted? I've barely done anything. Crank up the AC. Maybe it's too hot in here. AC can barely keep up. Okay. I guess let's mask off the yellow on these. And where am I at with Jedi? I think the Jedi just needs cod and kidney and back. I'm gonna just try and get all this off the drying rack. I know I'm off camera, but just so I can visualize what the hell I'm doing. So these two will be Jedi. So I'm gonna set those aside. Let me get the, yeah. I guess I'll just try and knock out pre-pro 1 as much as possible. So I can get one set of armor off of this. I gotta do Jedi and Empire as well. So Jedi chest is done. Cool. That's Empire. That's pre-pro. Empire. All that still needs painted. Okay. Okay. Get this over here too. I've just kind of been trying to figure out what I'm going to be working on. And I guess I'm just gonna try and knock out Pre-Pro 1, and I still need to trim the back plates, but the back plates I can just do last for all the costumes. They're such a pain in the butt. When I go to do the Depot Olive, uh, just so I don't waste any, I could do that. Um, there really isn't a lot of reference material for the COD, is there? Okay. Let's do this ad plate. Oh yeah, I forgot Levi did a pre-pro one. Well, first I'm gonna work on ab plate. OBS. Desk cam. There we go. That'll work. And let me switch back to, what am I at? This, no. This one. Display capture, properties. Add video. Oh my gosh. OBS. Do what I want you to do, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. We're just gonna be a big black rectangle. That's cool. Oh, that's interesting. Why are we... Uh-huh. Oh, there it is. Okay. Back to the app plate for the final time, hopefully. And then after this, I will do the hopefully rest of the Jedi stuff that I need to do. still gonna be a lot of... Need to make my own... I've been meaning to make my own templates for Jedi for a while. I really should get around to that. There are just never enough hours. I know, Maddie, your food will be here soon. I think. I hope. I know. Life's so hard as a puppy. I know. Tell me more. Whine more for me, Maddie. The very precise method of doing it by hand. Gosh darn it. Fluid's building up again. At least we have good reference of a lot of the costume, though. Sometimes this yellow really looks like reefer yellow, I gotta say. Not all the time, but like that looks so much like reefer splattered on it. Okay, there's the first ab plate of 2. It definitely, like, there's like shots of it where it looks pretty pale, but there's definitely a few pictures, and I'm sure it's probably just weird lighting and saturation and stuff, but man, sometimes it looks so bright. Reefer yellow just looks straight up yellow to me. Like as yellow as you can like get, primary yellow. Whoops. Okay. Well, let's get on this other side. And this side. Okay. Those are ready for depot. I'm gonna pop up my other table. Hi, Maddie. I know. I'm so sorry that I forgot to grab your food. I know, you're starving. I haven't eaten in 3 whole hours. Oh, where is that order? The order is on the way. It says. They're almost here, Maddie. They're almost here. Okay, now for the chest plate. Chest plate, chest plate. Get my favorite silicone brush. I cannot wait to get all of this armor done. Got too much going on in my head right now. Between 2 Jedis, 2 Empires, and 2 pre-pro ones. I hope it meets expectations. I'm probably just gonna throw my armor on an extra vest and put it on a bust in my house. Uh, Wish there was. That's pretty clear. Oh, good. The dog food's almost here, so the dogs can stop whining. I know, Maddie. I know. I'm so mean. Oh, be right back when I get the doggy food. I guess I should. What is this, Maddie? Is this your food? Here you go, sweetheart. Okay. Back to it. Maybe I'll hand deliver this armor in August. And then that can be a business expense. White glove deliveries, only from Neo. I mean, the only thing that, technically, to make a trip a business expense, you have to be going somewhere with the intent to do business. And I will be visiting you with that intent. And I will be visiting Philadelphia with that intent. And that's that. It's all that needs to happen. Let's see. The game is meant to be played, and that's how I'm playing it. Let's do the bottom piece now. Who's got the clearest shot of that? I guess it's that one. I think it'd be really fun to complete the someday also do a pre-prod 1v1 as it was at Kenner, and then show it to Jim Swearingen since he lives nearby, since that's the version that he saw with his own eyes. Do a photo shoot. Oh, that would be fun. Do a photo shoot at the Kenner. I feel there's got to be some of those locations still there, even if it's owned by Hasbro. That building has got to still be there somewhere. Get a few pictures in the parking lot as a pre-pro 1v1. Because that's nearby here. That's what you should do if you ever come visit, was we'll go do a photo shoot at the old Kenner offices. Assuming there is anything left, which I would guess there is, but... I could, actually. You probably would. Wasn't the, well, didn't they both? Because didn't Pre-Pro 1 V1 briefly go to Kenner? And then the Pre-Pro 2 is the actual, like, photo shoot? But I thought Pre-Pro 1 V1 was at, a few at Kenner as well. Hmm. Well, either way, if you ever come to Cincinnati, it's where Kenner was based. Right here. So... You get some cool pictures somewhere. Oh, Maddie, stop it. Dum-dum. It's okay. I know. Yeah, no, pre-Pro 1 V1 definitely was at Kenner at some point, because the one with when he's got without the chest decal, that was taken. Well, Jim says he took that one because it's on his signature card, where George is looking at it and Boba's just kind of standing there, and for pre-Pro 1 V1. Jim told me he took that one at Kenner. He could be mistaken, but I mean, it's equally possible that Jim was mistaken, to be fair. It was a long time ago for him, and he's done a lot in his life, so, like, I wouldn't blame him if he got some details mixed up. I mean, I guess it's also possible that Lucasfilm flew Kenner out to George's house to get an early look at the costume, and then flew the costume out to Kenner for the photo shoot for reference. But, like, that's plenty possible too. If I ever see Jim again, I'll try and get some more details from him. I have asked him a few times over the years, and he swears that that one picture is all he has remaining. He he didn't rule out that he didn't take more. But he said that he does not have any other Fett stuff than that one picture at this anymore. Because that was one of the first things I talked to him about was like, do you have, like, you got any pictures? So, certain that he doesn't have any more. Or if he does, they're hidden in his stuff and he has forgotten about them. Um, but yeah. Believe me, that was like the first thing I would talk to him about was like, so. Yeah, um, I've heard that too. I even there's a toy store on the corner here, and they'll often get stuff from old Kenner employees selling stuff. And I told them, like, if a Kenner employee ever comes in with an album of Boba Fett pictures, like, call me ASAP, because I can tell you if those are like, if they're like never before seen, or like, you know, this, that, and the other, and I will buy them from you. I mean, either way, I will buy photos taken like from a Kenner employee about the costume. Like, I would buy that regardless, but like, especially if they are new images. But they said that all of the Kenner, you know, I guess Kenner employees don't really think about going to sell that kind of stuff. They've never had like pictures come through, just like business cards and rocket firing Fets and, you know, all the other rare stuff. But uh, media. No, I'm going to the dented helmet to look up Levi's stuff. Oh, but nope, Boba Fett costume, armor stencils, pre-probe 1, cod plate, and back belt. OBS. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure he posted that. That would have been the time that I first met him. I think. No, it would have been probably a year or two before that. But yep, those are the pictures he's got apparently. Which is sad, but What can you do? Hello. Welcome, welcome. More pre-production stuff today. Simplest masking job, the kidney plate. Mandy, what are you doing way over there? Being grumpy about. But hey, I told you took pictures, so, you know, I remember that. Pure ref, I'm gonna put pure ref on the other screen that shows what little information we have about the cod plate. Levi has a very different interpretation of that silver than I do, which is interesting. But the only picture we have of the dent is black and white, so... I guess we're just guessing here. I'm gonna go with what Levi figured out. I will see what I can do, but no promises. This is pre-production 1 armor that I'm currently masking. Oh yeah, I guess there is a top dent, isn't there? God darn it. Kind of forgot to do the top dent. Because there's only one picture of it. Oh well, I can still dent it. It's not too late. One of these is a display piece and the other for me, and then the other one is a commission for Holden here in the chat. Okay, it's dented now. Back to masking. And the cod plate has very little reference material, so I'm using Raffle Fett's templates that he made a while ago as a primary reference, just because it's very little exists. And he's already done a lot of the legwork. But I've always wanted a pre-prod one for display. And so I'm just doing two at once because that's a lot easier with Boba. This is, yeah. Trying to remember to stay in frame, but I keep getting distracted by getting closer to my screen for better angle. Ah! Um, Instagram, really? And forums, like if you're thinking about Boba Fett stuff, the Dented Helmet and Boba Fett builders. But Instagram's a great way to get reach, especially reels. Replica prop form also for really anything prop related. Yeah. Commissions, commissions take a different mindset and a level of discipline. And you need to make sure to keep contact with your clients. Even if you're running behind, um, if you're off schedule, running behind, something came up, just tell them. The number one worst thing you can do is ghost people that have your money or would you have their money. People will understand. For the most part, if you're if you're going to be running a month behind, keep them updated. When you know you're going to be running behind, tell them. Keep them updated as you're running behind. Don't just ghost them like so many people that do prop stuff and commissions do. The majority of people will understand that life happens. They just want to know what's happening. Um, like I have done commissions where I tell somebody 2 months and it ends up taking 7 because there are so many unforeseen circumstances and issues with this and that, and I just keep them updated every step of the way. Send them progress pictures, tell them, hey, I'm running into this problem, here's what I'm going to try and do to fix it, and I I have had repeat customers from those people because yeah, even though it took longer than I said, I was communicative. Also, do not take in more than you can. Like, if you've never done commission based work, take one at a time to start off with. Learn your limits, learn how to discipline yourself to stay on track. I'm doing 6 commissions right now, and that's taken me quite a few years to feel comfortable doing 6 at a time. Initially, I did 1, and then when that was done, I would go to the next person in line and say, hey, if you still want one, now we can get started. Because it's very, very easy to overwhelm yourself and take on too much than you think you can, more than you can handle. But I cannot stress enough how important it is to just stay in contact with your clients. If you go to any industry where commissions are a big part, especially the prop community, go to any prop community Facebook group and just look for people that are upset. And every single one of them, I gave this guy a bunch of money, he's 3 months late, and he hasn't messaged me in 6 months. And then like that happens so much, and then it comes out, oh well, the person just took on too much they could do, or this happened or that happened, and people are just so scared of the confrontation. But it's only going to get worse if you don't keep people updated. And if someone reaches out for an update and you haven't done anything yet, just tell them. That has happened to me before, where I'll tell someone, okay, it's gonna be 2 to 3 months. They message me after like 3 weeks. I haven't had time to start yet. I'm still in my time frame, but I haven't had time to start yet. Instead of saying something like, oh, I'm trying to work on it in the background, I don't really have anything, just say I haven't started on it yet. And they'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Communication is the absolute key to commission work in every way possible, keeping everyone happy. And I think some of my most repeat customers are those that come to me either specifically because I have fantastic communication compared to other people, or because when there are issues that do arise, I'm keeping them updated throughout it, and I'm still delivering on what I promised, even if it's taking longer and so forth. But yeah, just starting off, communication, and one thing at a time, whatever it may be. When I'm working on stuff for people, I very rarely go more than a week or 2 without sending them something. Even if it's just a picture of masking fluid on, be like, here's where I'm at. Or telling clients, hey, you know, I'm streaming a bunch of work. Your work is going to be this week. Come watch if you'd like to. Speaking of which, I do need to get some pictures of these Empire gauntlets too. Client. Star Wars is its own beast of a commission thing. It's just, I mean, this one costume keeps me busy enough. Um, so let's see. Yes, we're going to be doing the armor. Where's my paint color list? Pre-prep 1 paint. Yeah. Okay. Where's my fusion promoter? Let's switch to another tip for long-term success, I would say, is be able to take constructive criticism. There are a lot of prop replicators out there that it's their what they do, that's what it's going to be, and if you try to tell them differently, it doesn't matter, they're right. And that's not always the case. Yeah. Maybe that might primarily be a Boba Fett thing, because there's quite a lot of large egos in this community. But I certainly see it enough. I'm just here to make friends and make cool shit. If I'm wrong, tell me, and then I can be better. Simple as that. Yeah, 3D printing, when it first came out, there was a lot of There was definitely a lot of gatekeepy, um, weird opinions on it. And it definitely, it has its place. I think that some people rely on it too much in the sense of either just using it to make very simple objects that you could make out of other materials much quicker, or relying on it in the sense of thinking that it's the best material for every situation when it's not. Three D printing also has definitely come a long way in the last 10 years. Even the last 5. And there's definitely, like, I primarily don't use it because I hate sanding. Also, the majority of what I do, 3D printing is not the accurate way to do it. But for, like, you know, Boba Fett's knee darts that I include with armor kits, I 3D print those because resin casting them is such a pain in the butt. They're not structural in any way, so, you know, it's okay if a good quality resin print is perfectly acceptable for something like that. And like the little greeblies on the Empire flamethrower, like I just resin print those with a really expensive high quality resin because that's perfectly acceptable for that. But anything structural, I would never. Like the plug block on the gauntlet, I've seen people 3D print those in resin, and they just break. Also, it's not a very hard part to resin cast. Ah, I have opinions. Yeah. I need to put yellow on these cod plates. What camera am I on? I'm on that one. Switch to painting. Oops. Right. Kidney plates went over there. Almost time for green, Holden. If you're even still here. At least the first round of green. I'm gonna do the back plate later. I need some little hooks. Paint those. Yeah, that would be a good. Some hooks in the ceiling. Oh, it's right in front of my face. Ah! Oh, shoot. Oh, goodness gracious. Just spilled all over. Okay, let's do some more yellow on these. So much yellow everywhere. Now I want to kind of clean these up a little bit because I got a few little fuzzies from the air. A few more than I would have particularly liked. That's what Steel Bowl is for. And a little bit more masking fluid. Just to re-mask where it peeled a little. And now this one. For some reason, the fronts of these always pick up a lot of gunk from the air. Masking fluid on those dry. Or the yellow rather. Get the yellow nice and dry and then hit it again, particularly around the dents. Meantime, I can do the kidney plates. Because they're super simple. Get them ready for green. There's not a lot going on. Oh yeah. OBS. Desk. I really need to get a Stream Deck Mini for here. That would be useful. Anyone want to tip me money for a Stream Deck Mini? half joking. Okay, I'm gonna hit these again on the dents. Okay. Let's do one more. Wow, that is a dirty airbrush. Paint really gunked up the tip. Before I do the green, it might be worth doing a little bit of a clean. We'll see. But I do want to get my coach green out. Do a little sample card. Oh, actually, I have a chest plate down here somewhere specifically for this purpose. Testing on. Put down some white primer. Coach Green, where'd you go? I just had you in my hand. OBS. Me. There we go. All that pouting for food, Maddie, and you barely ate any. You goober. You just really wanted a snack, huh? Almost ready for green on everything, except the back plate. Anyway. Yeah, these can actually sit down now. I want to look at that pre-pro chest plate again. Get another theory for the green. I think Coach Green is an excellent idea. Come on, I want to paint this thing. Dry primer. Doesn't have to be perfect at all, because it's just for testing. Okay. we are definitely going to clean the airbrush before I spray the depot. Because I want everything to come out super nice. We're actually going to clean that first while I let all of the cod plate stuff dry. Always got to clean the airbrush. You. And some of you. What's up, chat? Anyone want to chat? While I clean the airbrush. What you working on? Ooh, backpack for what? A costume or for funsies? Well, sounds fun. Uh, I should just took that green up to the old pache. I think it'd be cool to eventually do like Discord, like stream a Discord call with different people and do like community making. People can show off what they're working on and get questions and stuff. I think that would be really cool. I have so many ideas if I can get more of a Twitch audience. That's my big holdup. I do not understand Twitch. Oh, look, a Max. He has risen. Have you been here the whole time? Or did you just get here? Yeah, work on some projects, dang it. You can stream your train board. I was about to make a joke about what I was just doing in my airbrush, but I don't think it was very Twitch appropriate. Just gotta do it. Just pick one. Start it. Darn it. I say as I have so many unfinished projects. Gosh, getting some of the little tiny clumps out of this airbrush is so difficult. And it's probably where most of my troubles come from. I'm just gonna, whoops, not completely soak. I'll just hold it right here. Oh shit. Honestly, that would be kind of a fun thing to sell, is just like pre-made spin wheel things. With a little drywall. Write your projects on it. Here's what you should work on. And then make one that's an assemble it yourself kit, just for the irony. Right on the box with big old Sharpie the date of purchase. You can see how long it takes you to do it. Okay. Spring part goes on that. And into here. Come on. I know you want to go in the right spot. There we go. Now the worst one, which is the trigger, which I'm getting much better at getting that in the socket. Kind of just want to let this soak. It is getting a bit grimy. And I can hook up my pache for the green. If I can fish the needle out. Hi, Maddie. What's up? Why are you looking at me like that? If you don't register, you get automatically posted on social media. This for public shame. All right, we're just gonna let that soak. Good God, I really gunked up this needle. How did I gunk this up so bad? I think Holden fell asleep again. Okay. Now let's start prepping the pache, which has to go through the house air. Which is a lot of PSI, but I don't have it hooked up to the airbrush yet. The airbrush. Whoops. Would help if I plugged the airbrush into the other side. There. I do not need any fine control for the green. So it's just all getting green. And then I need a little bit of clean lacquer thinner, both to clean that out with and to use as a thinner for the old float quill. Which I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get out of this jug without making a mess. Still need to do some. That's 6 o'clock already? What the hell? Well, let's do the final thing of masking on the cod. Come on. There we go. Cod plate. Where are you? Oh yeah, I guess I can switch you to pure ref. Oh my gosh, masking fluid. Get on my brush, please. Oh, there's definitely a lot more going on out here than you would expect. Oh, that's way too much fluid. Whoa. Let's see. We're gonna go up the side, in, and back up. Okay, ignoring the top dent for now. Or the main dent. Focusing on some of the other spots. Of what can be seen anyway. And now the main dent, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna peel off. I'll let that dry before I make another swing at it. Let's go back up to the top here. I am excited to get the green on these armor plates. Actually, I want to redo this over here. And there goes my dog again. She's a little neurotic. Yeah, I know, dog. Maddie, relax. No. Sometimes you just gotta let her get it out. At least her sister knows that she's crazy, and they don't get in a howl fest. Okay, now this dent. Now let's revisit the other one. Yeah, this dent needs a little bit of adjusting. Now that I can see it better. Oh, right, I didn't do any of this up here. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm gonna check it over with raffles, templates, make sure he didn't see something I didn't. And now they go to dry and join the green. The great greening. Why do I have... Yes, that's right. I should have 3 kidneys for Jedi. one of these will be mine. Might as well mask those off while I'm working on stuff. And this is a test chest, so I'm just gonna very quickly kind of throw some fluid on here to just and now switch gears completely to Jedi, which is going to be in here, Kidney Jedi, and OBS, switch you to Kidney, oh, here we go. And I'm just going to freehand because it's the kidney. And I'm also gotten pretty good at freehanding these. One of these will be mine because I lost a lot of weight and my other kidney is too big. I keep making it smaller, but now I'm just like, I just need to make a new one, be able to swap between two kidneys. It would make a lot more sense. And so here we are. Okay, can you stop running, masking fluid? That would be swell. Just lay her out flat. I don't know why I don't think of this before. This is so much easier. Let's get another two. Oh, I don't even need two of them. It can be done with just one. The other great thing about Jedi is because the yellow is topical, You don't even have to be that precise with the silver because they weren't either. And you can actually see that they have yellow over silver quite a lot. So you can just get the general shape with the fluid and then fix it topically just like they did. Jedi is such a sloppy paint job. It is actually kind of hilarious. Oh, I guess I should have. Honestly, that's what Jedi is. And I get it. They had to paint so many of these and never thought that anyone would be looking at them this close. Jedi is so jank. So very jank. But I love it. Wow. Okay. I don't know why I never thought about just weighing down the kidney plate like this while masking it. Honestly, this makes the process way easier. Okay. I guess let me switch to painting. Yeah. I mean, 1, 2, 3 blocks aren't the worst, but they definitely are not cheap. I do not take care of my 1, 2, 3 blocks at all. And I'm sure I would make many machinists very angry with me. Okay. let's get my 2 jars of this paint that I hope I do not mess up. Oops. Drop the pache. It's fine. Thing's a tank. We're gonna get 2 cards. 2 paint swatch cards. You already open? Yes, you're already open. And the label just came off, so I'm just gonna tape the label to the back of my paint swatch with some archival tape. Since I will most likely be using this entire bottle. If I mess up this paint job, this is gonna be an expensive mess up. This Floquil paint is not easy to come by anymore. It's getting pretty expensive. Especially Fett colors, because we're buying them up. There, okay. And I will be thinning it down this time. I didn't thin it down last time because it was just so thin already, but apparently you're supposed to. So I'm gonna put a little bit in here. God, it's so watery. I'm really supposed to thin this? Oh. There's a lot of pigment stuck in the bottom. A lot more than I was expecting. Yeah, I'm gonna need to like really... Where's my mixer? This is gonna... Man, I wish they still made lacquer paints. Like, this stuff is so old, and it has not dried up at all. Okay. A little less watery, but still pretty dang watery. Might need to turn the PSI down on this shop air because that is just gonna burn through this paint so fast. But despite being that watery, it still covers insanely well. Oh shit. Alright, shop air. What are you at? Ooh, dust in my face. Yeah, let's turn you way down. Is that like 80 psi? Do not need to shove a psi through an airbrush. That is unnecessary. Sure covered well, though. I mean, kind of. I've got a giant air pump or a giant air compressor. And why is the PSI suddenly so... I dropped it, but I didn't drop it that much. I have a big air compressor and it's got 2 outlets on it. So kind of, sort of. Why did the PSI drop to 0? I got 120 PSI in the tank. All right. So these are going to be my 2 test cards. Kind of want to see if I can put even more lacquer thinner in. Like how much can I stretch this out? When will it become too watery? Because we're probably at like a 50-50 mixture right now. Which if I could turn this 2 bottles into 4, that would be swell. But I guess Central Air just is a big dedicated air compressor with multiple outlets. So I guess I do have house air. Technically. Oh, glitter mini. Well, there's 1 cup. It is a little thin now. Oh my gosh, I'm still burning through this so fast though. Way faster than I would have liked. Okay. I'm gonna try and turn the PSI down a little more. All right, now it's pumping out at about 16 or 17. That seems to be much better. Now I can get a pretty even coat with 1 cup. Okay. Before I go any further, I want to double check paint colors. Uh, Olive yellow. No, that's not what I want. Leave, holds in. Open in Messenger. Information. Oh, you sent it. Where did you send it? Here it is. Oh, I can't. All right, that sucks. I gotta actually scroll up because Google. Or because Meta. Depot olive for the base green. So that just gets dark green, right? Okay, silver, olive, dark green. So I don't have to worry about that chest plate. Everything else gets this olive, though. Which is what I thought. I just really wanted to double check before I went spraying this kind of rare pink. Gotta say though, this is still such a lovely, it sprays so nice. Modern paint just does not spray like this. I'll let the air build back up in this freaking hose. It's the downside to the regulator being so far away. Right, one caller. Two caller. Oh, frick. Before you say anything, Max, I don't even know where the lid is to this one. To this cup. Do I need to up the air again? Am I just going through that much air that quickly? Ah, frick. You remember I can't angle this airbrush. Or I'm gonna spill the precious paint. Guess I'll just let that dry. This airbrush has been through a lot, and I don't even know where the thing is anymore. I'm sure if I went hunting, I could find it, but... Well, it's slow because of the PSI that I've chosen, but it's not ripping through paint, so I would rather stand here for a little bit longer than just rip through this paint. It also lays down much cleaner with this much lower PSI. There's less drying in the air and more drying on the part. Tell you what, the ergonomics of the Pache, not as good as the Iwata, but you know, that's 100, not 100 years, but 50 years probably of design. Oh, that got a little watery. Interesting. I wonder what my air compressor's at now. Was a little over 100. How much air have I gone through already? Not a lot, so maybe I just need to crank this up just a tad. And let's mix up, I guess, the rest of this jar. Oh, that hurts. So much. And do basically a 1-to-1. Since it was working. That's kind of crazy. It's insane how, like, I'm basically spraying water, which is like not what you're supposed to do. But it just lays down so nice. Like, I'm just gonna put in this empty bottle. Let's see how watery it could theoretically be. This is like basically pure thinner. And it still paints. That is crazy. It is just basically tinted. Look at that. That's basically tinted thinner. Like 90 part thinner. And it is still painting. Granted, the coverage isn't as good, but it's painting. God. I can see why my dad was so mad when they outlawed lacquers. This is great. You could turn one bottle of this flow quill into probably 6 bottles if you really needed to. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Is Pache German? Sorry, I just looked at the screen. I mean, they may have had the best design in the 60s when this airbrush was first designed. I think it was the 60s. I mean, this particular pache is from the 60s, I know that. Yeah, like you totally can just thin it down that much and it's fine. It still paints. You could not thin down an acrylic that much. Not at all. Well, let's just thin down what came out of the bottle a little bit more then. I am seriously painting. I just can't get over this. I am seriously painting with more part thinner than I am paint. And it's still covering fantastic. I have a friend in Norway. I wonder if they know anything about pache. They absolutely love it when I learn something about Norway. I'm like, hey, what's this? And it's just like random obscure things. And they're just like, do you think that all Norwegians know everything about Norway? And I'm like, no, but it's fun. But like, if you do more part thinner than paint with acrylics, you're gonna have a bad time. It is not gonna cover well at all. It's just gonna be a watery mess. Maybe small scale, it's fine, but armor-wise, just a freaking mess. I might not actually need that second bottle. Like, I easily use an entire bottle, usually two, of Warhauser Green acrylic when I'm painting an armor kit. I might finish both of these and still have two bottles. Granted, one bottle will be super thin, but it's just crazy to me. I want lacquers back now, dang it. This is great. I'm sure I'm getting cancer. But my God. I was stressing that I was thinking I might not have enough depot to olive for this, but like, I probably won't even have to crack open my other bottle if I'm lucky. Because I only have two backplates and two pods after this. The backplates definitely will use a lot, but I still have an entire bottle because I thinned it so much. Or volume-wise, an entire bottle. I'm sure I'm gonna have a wicked headache later. Like, my fan is or my exhaust system is definitely helping, but like, it's still a lot of paint in the air. Whoops, spilled some. But it's from the cup this time, not the airbrush cup. Maxwell. I feel like you could get enamels pretty thin, but cleaning enamel was just such a pain in the ass. This paint's already starting to separate a little bit. Interesting. And enamels always dried out so easily. Like if you didn't store them absolutely perfect, you'd be lucky if they last 6 months once opened. And that was the most annoying part. I went through so much wasted paint when I was using enamels for everything. Because they dry up in their jars. I tried storing them upside down. I even tried storing them in the refrigerator and, making sure everything's nice and clean. And it's like once they're exposed to air, they just want to dry and clump up. But then I have some enamels that I mixed, God, I don't know how many years ago at this point, in the other room. And I still shake them from time to time because I'm curious how long they're going to last. And they're still liquid in there. And I'm like, I don't get it. That is a custom mix. That should have dried up eons ago. Okay, now we're starting to burn through this a little faster for some reason. Maybe it's separating enough already. I'd rather work with the acrylics over enamels, but I gotta say, I would gladly deal with the fumes of lacquer if this made a comeback. But I know that lacquer is like, it's so much more legal crap because it's so bad for you and it's so bad for the environment, and I get it, but man. Like that's why Tamiya's fine surface primer only comes in those little tiny cans, because that's all they can legally sell at a consumer level. Mr. Hobby is lacquer, isn't it? I don't know what they make an airbrush primer that goes in the airbrush. I don't know what it is, but it is gunky. It is good stuff. But oh my God, every time I use it, I have to like deep clean the airbrush with acetone because it just gunks everything up. And I'm sure it's a skill issue because I don't know what kind of paint it is. Might as well hit all this stuff twice since I've got so much extra paint. Not what I was expecting. How's these collars? This one could use a little more. Whoop. Wonder if ArchiveX would ever consider a line of lacquers. Honestly, with how much I'm in love with this paint, it would not be a bad idea or out of the question for me to get some custom color matched lacquer paint to various colors that I use a lot of. Also, lacquer has amazing adhesion, so it's no wonder that a lot of the original parts, despite not having a clear coat, never really chipped off. It's very durable and has great adhesion. There's a reason that it was used as a standard in painting for so long. Okay, last pass of you. Okay. Man, that went too well. I feel like I'm forgetting something. That is one bottle for all of that. And I probably could have thinned it down even more if I really wanted to. That is pretty darn good. Whew. Okay, so I want to do, need a, all right, let's get out my, that's true. Although I'm spraying over top of acrylic, so there's going to be a level of loss from because I'm spraying on top of acrylic. But otherwise, yeah. Does lacquer thinner melt ABS? I don't know. I can't say I've ever tried. I still have not resin casted anything. That was supposed to be what I was doing in between all this. Well, let's clear out the brush. So now I want to pump some Coach Green through. Come on. How are you stuck? There we go. Just kind of letting it clean itself out a bit. Let's get some Q-tips. So I want to blast some dark green and Coach Green through it now. That is a good color, too. Okay. Yeah, I might as well just keep using the Pichet. So we're gonna move this out of the way. And Coach Green. This is just for a test, so it does not need to be any form of good. It's just because I messed up my... So we're gonna do Coach Green in the middle of this test. Yeah. What a weird consistency that is. I wonder if there's still lacquer thinner in the brush somewhere, making this acrylic be really weird. Ugh. It's fucking weird. shooting out water. Let's do... Oh my gosh, why is it so hot? AC, did you adjust yourself to try and be more energy efficient? You did! Screw the energy, it's hot! Okay. Oh, how did I get a green goober on the shin tool? That's not good. How in the world did I get a green dot way over there? That is crazy. But I can just kind of... It'll get weathered in... Oh my gosh. Okay. There we go. Gotta weather those, get them out of the way. Cup. Yes, I was getting a cup. So attempt to do this a little bit better. There we go. Acrylic still does not like the size of this nozzle, that's for sure. But all right, screw it. Pache is not really set up right now for acrylics, apparently. Does not like that needle combo. That's fine. I just got finished cleaning my good brush. Okay, dark green. Dark green. Might be better to soak these in acetone so it'll actively eat the paint. So I soaked them in lacquer thinner before and it just kind of, everything just kind of started to gunk up. Got acetone somewhere. Glassware. Small containers. Yeah, let's get one of these jars. No? Won't fit. Okay. Sure. My jelly jar will work. For some nice clean acetone. Acetone screws up the seal on jars, I find, too. There. Destroy that paint. Well, listen, I have a Nest thermostat, and it costs a lot of money to cool this giant freaking building down, but like, it's so hot. It's so hot. It's worth it. But usually the Nest just adjusts itself when I'm not here. But if it's particularly overworked, the AC, it'll kind of try to be like, hey, why don't we just kind of slow down here? Okay, pop this off. Pop this off. And put the tip of the pache and lacquer thinner too. Why not? Okay. He's saying a misting of dark green. And we'll be doing it in 2 coats. Man, it's amazing how much better an airbrush works after you let it soak in lacquer thinner for an hour. Get all that gunk out. All right, now I want to pull up the pre-pro chest, which it's still a solid color. Where are we at? My stream, 5 minutes, 5 hours, 33. Okay. So yeah, it's still an even color. Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. Also, neither is all that crap on there. Okay. I know I have another bottle of dark green. So this is okay. But I'm going to get everything I can out of this bottle. Because gosh darn it, this paint's expensive. Ooh. Okay. Well, Max, it finally happened. On the piece. But that's okay, I can fix it. I can fix her. I've done dumber things. This acrylic really does not like being on top of this uh, lacquer. I think it's gonna have to get really dry and then take some steel wool to it. Because it's like bunching up weird and stuff. Yeah, that's what's gonna have to happen. They blew that lacquer out too hard, I guess. So we just have to let those dry. And steel wool. As for the rest of this stuff, it's okay. I'll just wipe it off and spray over it. You shouldn't be able to tell. But yes, the prophecy has been foretold or something. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while everything's drying and I'm comprehending what I'm doing next. What's up, babies? Oh man. All right. This color is so not what you expect from Fett. It's so bright. Let me switch to workbench. Look at that. Look how bright that is. Yeah. It'll, be knocked back with weathering, of course. Uh I guess Lark, probably Lark Dark. They loved Lark Dark. Um, and honestly, yeah, it does look like that. Gotta say though, does not look this bright in the images, but apparently this is like the color. Well, I can work on the kidney plates, the Jedi kidney plates now. I'm gonna put a lot of this stuff on the drying rack though. I'm gonna run weathering colors by Holden before I do anything. I also want to make sure that the lacquer, the lacquer is probably already as dry as it's going to get because it's lacquer and it flashes off in 6 seconds, but it never hurts to let paint dry even more. But I'm pretty impressed with doing all of this with one bottle. I'm glad I got two, because now I'm not stressing about the back plate, but gosh darn. Which one is, these are the pre-pro 1 diamonds, okay. I'm going to take one of these paint samples to the paint store and try and get a close match for testing and just to have, which honestly, pale green, I've got a test card here for Vallejo pale green, and it's pretty friggin' close as is. Don't I have a green, I got field gray, which is kind of a green. I'm sure on camera it's probably going to look virtually identical. Let's see. OBS. Me. Oh, no, you can tell. The Depot Olive's definitely darker. And holy crap, does on camera, this Depot Olive card looks exactly like what it looks like on camera, reference material wise. That is, I'm also, you know, on freaking under bright lights. Do I have a card sleeve here? I probably don't. I try and keep card sleeves. Oh, here they are. For next time I go to the paint store. Try and match you. And honestly, the Tamiya that I saw recommended online, I think 7, looks pretty freaking close. Love it. Love, 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 love. All right, 2 diamonds. I'll just let Holden pick which one he wants when we get to that. And right, let's do Jedi now. Because Jedi is pretty quick costume. Once you know what you're doing. I also still need to trim the back plates, which I will get to someday, I promise. But let's do resin casting. Been saying I'm gonna do that for like 2 hours now. It's not like it takes very long to do a round. Alright, got freaking 1,000 emails. Okay. Droid cam. There we go. We're gonna switch to droid. Oh, upside down. And not move too fast, because then the frame rate is just awful. Get to see a little bit of the shop this way. There. The super fun content of mixing resin. Honestly, I should just run a hose from my main compressor to my paint booth and just use that instead of having another smaller thing. Okay. First one goes in. I do need a level for this one because I did not design the mold that well. Oh, it's pretty level. Cool. We're going to do another one of those. Always need more Casios. Do another bottom strip. Talcum powder on it. Talcum powder helps absorb moisture that's in the resin and in the air, and just really leads to a much cleaner cast. In addition to me casting everything inside of a pressure pot. However, I did not design this mold very well since it takes up so much space with the clamps. My next one will be much better. Which is whatever. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I should still be able to reach all of that. And oh, the plug block molds. That's the other one I need to do right now, which is this one. I might have to take one out. I guess I've got enough connecting rods now. Actually, let's just do that. Oh gosh, there's a big old chunk of talcum powder in here. Okay. Oh, same with you. Okay. Thought I already dealt with that. Evidently not. Okay. Reuse cups as much as possible. Yoink. Got these nice silicone cups that are meant for like baking, but they're great for casting too. Sixteen, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30. Sit for 30 seconds. Oh, I need a syringe. Some of these smaller bits, like the dental files. I wish I could just strap a GoPro to my head and stream that. Console files, in you go. I cannot check chat at the moment. I am sorry. I have a certain amount of time that I can work with this stuff. Syringe is definitely not needed for some of this, but it sure does help. Although it does not hold the resin as nicely as I would expect from a syringe. Quite a lot does drip out. I guess I could also use the syringe to carefully calculate how much resin each part uses. Although I guess I could do that with water too. All right, now the rest goes in the Jedi whipcord, which I do not have enough for, of course. Of course. That's fine. We'll just mix up a little bit more. Should have enough time before it starts kicking. Okay, there we go. And the extra can go in the knee dart mold. And now pressurize. While I'm here, let's bring air pressure way back up. All right, what was going on in chat? Okay, well, I didn't get the idea of a GoPro on my forehead from that, but... Man, today has just flown by. Crazy. this opportunity to lower that a little bit. There. And that sits for 30 minutes. So can't quite demold in 30 minutes, even though that's how long it's supposed to take. Right, my phone's a camera right now. That's why you can't find it. Ding dong. Yoink. Hello, dogs. Hello, desk. Oh, what is? Switch back to me. Timer, not 96 hours, 0, 30. Cool. All right. Leave my phone plugged in. Do a little more cleanup. Always try and keep things tidy. Got 2 plug blocks there, casting the other one. Those 2 will be for Empire. I can do the Empire whip cords. That's something I can do today. And gotta sand the other whip cords. I also need to put Glen Ross's on a bunch of stuff. Where'd my knife go? I was looking for it earlier, and then I found it, and then I remember throwing it somewhere stupid. And now it's gone again. Ugh. Here it is. Found it. Shave away a little bit of the paint on the gauntlets. For paint, or for glue to stick. Glue. Hold that in place for a second. Man, I really wish Dakota would make Glen Ross's. But alas, he does not. There's 2 Empire gauntlets. one of these gets, well, they both will get Dakota's rockets, but I currently only have one, so we'll just pick one. Oh yeah, they still need their brown, or their gray, anyway. That giant gray stripe that was probably done on location. Jeremy probably scraped the paint off with the E3. That's the theory, anyway. It's apparently just based on the costumes. Jeremy appears to have had a habit of letting the E3 just like obliterate the costume. I guess I should probably give this its clear coat first. Because I do, by default, do clear coats. Oh, no. That's right. It's been a second. They need washed first. I learned. The washing process. Oh, I have 2 plug blocks done. Oh my god, I'm a freaking idiot. This whole time I've been... Okay, well, whatever. This whole time I've been waiting on plug blocks. I have 2 ready to go. Already painted. It's amazing I can get anything done, quite honestly. Apparently the part I was actually waiting on was the mono jacks and XLR. Which I've got XLR now somewhere. You guys, I'm losing my mind. So that means one of these just needs a flamethrower. Okay, XLR cables. Which I guess I do technically need 2 of. I just bought a big old roll of XLR. Because you don't need the ends on it. For really any reason other than if you're insane. I do wonder if I can get this text off. Not that you would ever see it, but... Okay. Plug blocks. Mono jacks, which I think I'm gonna stop doing the mono jacks because it doesn't actually appear that Empire actually ever used them with how close and flush everything sits. I've talked to a few people, and the consensus is that Empire didn't actually have mono jacks. So I will leave the holes in case somebody wants to do it, but they're never seen off of, or the, like, the two versions of Fett that we know for sure had plug block jacks. You can, you know, there's images of the plug block off, and you never see Empire off. And additionally, there's a shot of the plug block just hanging loose. And if it was being held in with mono jacks, one, they would have just taken it off, and two, it would have taken itself off for sure. So we are not going to bother with that anymore. Instead, we're just going to go the old school, screw it in. We're probably just completely covered in glue, but I mean, we know for sure that Jedi was at minimum screwed in from the bottom, but probably also had a bunch of glue on it. Or at least some of them were. Since it's unclear what is exactly known about Hero and what is not. Okay. Now I want my punch, which okay, actually it would be better to just mark it. I'm already marring up the paint, which is fine because it's under, but still, whoopsie, don't want to. And not worrying about the mono jacks also makes the casting process of these way easier. I only have to worry about the tube hole. Which is good because I need to make a new mold. I just made a new mold and I screwed it up. There were too many bubbles somehow. Probably because I should have degassed it. I usually don't, but I usually don't because I never had this problem before. Screws. Move things, thank you. Since I also need to update my instructions to not have mono jacks. Wonder how many people have me unmuted. I always wonder that. Am I just a background stream? Which is fine. Just like... I like data and analytics and stuff, I guess. Okay. So with that in, I can now do my weathering pass and work on the flamethrower. The other one will just sit until the person's supposed to be sending a flamethrower for me to do. Hell yeah, Hello Kitty. All right, Butters. Oh yeah, these need darts too. That can be last. Punch, drill bits, pliers. Let's do the washes now. But everything's on there. Eventually I'll be painting my own set of Empire so I can make a little tutorial on for people who get the gauntlets pre-done like this of how to do the final trim. Ba ba ba. Fett reference. Paint by port. Left. I thought left gauntlet, Jedi. Left shoulder, right gauntlet, Jedi. I thought I already made a folder for this. Huh, okay. I totally did. Totally. I swear my OneDrive has just like randomly been like reverting. Oh, I guess I put it in a different spot. Dummy. Not like it's very hard to do the weathering, because it's just a really haphazard wash. Need a shop towel though, which I'm running low on. What camera am I on? I should be on workbench. Workbench, where are you? No. You. Workbench. And the most apparent spot where it's brown is right on top of the whipcord here. So that's where I always start. And everything else, you just wipe it down. It's a very unusual Fett weathering, because it was presumably not done by Joe, and it definitely was not done by Mario, so it's just kind of its own. It was done by someone else at ILM, and this is, you know, how you would do a model for the most part. Well, so much for this glove. It's just ripped to shreds already. Ripped to shreds. To shreds, you say? Oh my gosh. And stop getting stuck in the freaking gauntlet. Okay, just rub it in. Make it grimy. That's the secret to weathering Empire. This is the step that that a lot of people forget about, because it doesn't make sense in the context of the rest of the costume. But that's how you get all the different shades of the paint. The left gauntlet doesn't really have nearly as much. And what's kind of funny about this weathering method is, because it's so quick and haphazardly done, you get like an opposite where, like, normally the crevices is where the dirt would collect, but on Empire gauntlets, the crevices are actually the clean part. Guess I should put a little bit more just to even that out. Most of that will get trimmed off, hopefully by the person who's getting it. Another reason why the plug block probably is permanently attached is because you can see underneath the plug block and around the sides is pretty clean. While if they were weathering, like if it was detachable, they probably would have just popped it off. Or accidentally popped it off while weathering. It's not like they were in there particularly well. Cool. I want to put a clear coat of matte. Some people, like Holden, really hate clear coats on Fett armor. But honestly, one, for trooping, like, it's a must. Your stuff is just gonna... If you care about accuracy for trooping, and you want to keep all of the scuffs and scrapes correct, you've got a clear coat. Like, it's necessary. But also, it doesn't really change the hue or the finish all that much. Not enough for people to have a complete diversion to it, but I give people the option, and every single time for trooping, they go with. I don't blame them. I clear coat the ever-loving shit out of my stuff. Sometimes I'll even do a bunch of gloss, because gloss is more protective, and then knock it back with flat. If it's a part that is particularly going to get damaged. Pretty much done with those. Put the rocket on one, black paint on the tips for the Alcos, which I will do now. Engine black. This engine black is almost engine not black. I don't know. It's almost empty. Just using a silicone brush because I'm lazy, and actually works quite well. And ultimately, trooping with Fett, it's impossible to keep it exactly right. Some people don't care. I do. But eventually I'm going to make a display Jedi. It's just like absolutely perfect, no clear coat, but not to be worn. Right. Desk cam. Glue. We're gonna glue in the XLR cords. I use 5-minute epoxy. It holds pretty good. And I drill a hole deep in the plug block, the size of the cord. Well, actually, it might not be the size of the cord, because this is a different cord. Shoot! It's not the size of the cord! 1/4 Uh, 9:30 seconds. Okay, need a drill bit. Quickly, quickly, quickly. 9:30 seconds. I'm used to using the other XLR. Just slightly. Oh, fuck me. Ugh. Oh, okay, we're good. My fake mini light popped out. Okay, it's been half an hour. It's time to let the air out of the thingamahoosh it. Well, that is if I can. There we go. Slide it in. Nice and tight. If I ever get a following, people are gonna have so much fun clipping the crap I say. Oh, come on. Get in there. Seriously? Oh, gosh. Gosh, 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 gosh darn. Sorry, that was probably unpleasant. But working against the clock here with this glue. Oh gosh, that was a mess. Where'd this go? Ooh! Don't cut towards yourself, dumbass. There we go. Oh, I should have got a clamp. Man, there was a lot of should-ups in the last 10 minutes, but oh, I have a clamp right here. Ah! Go past me. However, I'm not clamping it in the right spot. There we go. Okay. Clamp, not gonna work. That's fine. I can hold it for a minute. So anyway, mistakes were made. Are we picking yet? No, not yet. Sure would be great if you would kick. Well, gonna have to let it sit. I bought a 50-foot XLR cable, and I'm just cutting off bits of it, because the original was an XLR cable. Um, of course, they had XLR ends, but that's not needed, and a replica for most people, and honestly just makes things more difficult for your average costumer. But eventually I'm gonna resin cast accurate XLR plugs and offer that as a, hey, if you want it, here you go. Now it's time to look for my other machine craft screws, which I was hoping were in here, but it seems like that's a no. Where else would I have them? I might have some extras. No? Not in here. Did I accidentally put them in here? Need art, need art, need art, need art, need art. Nope. Okay, well, I guess I don't have the screws, but I'm sure it's a standard screw that I have more of somewhere. Just not entirely sure how I managed to lose them. But whatever. It's gonna be something Imperial. I know that much. Metric wasn't really a thing yet. That's too big. Nope. Not a number 6. Not a number 5. Well, maybe that was Imperial or metric. I thought Dakota said we. M4s? Nope. M3s? No. Well, shoot. Let's just go through my unmarked ones. Oh, look, more spam. Nope, not that. This is my box of screws that I don't know what they are. Oh my gosh, really? Holy moly. Do I seriously not have... Oh. Okay, well that works on the back one. Why doesn't that work on the front one? Did I mar up the... I may have just marred up the threads. But if it works on one, it's got to work on the other at some point, so... Let's just force it in. Maybe we'll kind of... Oh yeah. I guess I just marred up the holes. Washers. Gonna need 2 of them. And screw and a washer. I'm on the wrong camera. Oh, wrong camera, wrong camera. Workbench. Stream Deck, definitely. I wish they would make a wireless Stream Deck. That's probably not really a common need, but I would love that. There. You're down. This is going to Chris first. Whoops. Put the little name labels on. All right, you still need your Lark Dark. And I make nice little name tags so I can keep track of what I'm doing and also what every one belongs to. And you need a tube. I'm gonna have to buy more tubes soon. Especially after these commissions. Whoops. Oh, always dropping stuff. Oh yeah, I can let the air out. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture to send to them so they have an update. All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 8:31. Okay. Adventure awaits. You leaving me for Hello Kitty? That's fine. Christopher, where's your email? I know you're somewhere. Here we go. Cool. The rest of this is going to sit somewhere else. This is all going to Norman. He's somewhat of a Boba Fett himself. Norman. This stuff doesn't necessarily need to go on the drying rack. I'm just kind of waiting on him at this point to send the flamethrower. But I'm gonna cut the tube and put it away. Feels great. Getting some stuff off my list. Okay, you, and you can sit on the vacuum former for now. Sure. Sure. Whoops. I dropped the Glen Rose. No. Where did you go? This dirty ass floor. I can always paint another, but that one was already done. Oh, criminy. Oh, there it is. Found it. Put that up and out of the way. Trash all that. the lid off the pressure pot. Oh man, the seal came off again. This thing's heavy. Okay, there we go. Oh god. And then let that just continue to kick. Oh, right. I was gonna do the Jedi stuff too. Although I do need to do need to assemble the flamethrower. So I guess I need to get one of these backs that doesn't suck. And put it on the sanding table. To sand. This can be put away. That can be sanded. All of this can be sanded. Blah, 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 blah. Blah. Flamer strip. Another flamer strip. And there goes my dog again. Yeah, so I just need flamethrower and lark on this and dirts, which is all reasonable. So we're gonna put that in. What am I? Oh, I'm on this one. Let's just switch to this camera since I'm kind of all over the place. Otto, you got a sticker on your butt. Where'd that come from? You got a sticker on your butt. Sticker. Right. That airbrush can go away. You can go back in. You can go back in. Kidney plates, yes, can happen. And I guess, well, I should do the cods so I can spray. Oh, well, the two back plates are also ready for Jedi. So I might as well just mask all this off. Just wrap up Jedi. Oh yeah, and the whipcord. Oh. So much going on. Whipcord's easy. Let's just get that done. USB stencils. Make my life easy by giving myself stencils for the whipcord. Are you pouting somewhere, Maddie? I think my dog might need to go outside. Wrong side. These won't take that long at all. Especially with how freaking jank the originals are. They don't really look it at the right angles, but they were freaking jank. As was everything. Heal, heal. And simple black. Simple black. First start with a clear. Make sure everything is super nice and crisp. And somewhere I should have a flat black. Yes. I got you. Next week will probably be jetpacks. Need to get working on those. Put this away. Get this out of here. Gonna switch gears to masking once these are painted. Ow. I've got the 2 cods. Jedi is very easy to mask. It's the weathering that is the worst part on Jedi. Paint by part. Boba Fett. Return of the Jedi Cod. Desk cam. Desk. And pure red. We're going to switch you to photo viewer. We do not have the best photos of Hero besides that one. That one is just freaking amazing. Everything else is kind of garbage. Honestly, the silver on the cod looks like it was brushed on. The yellow definitely was never done layered on Jedi, but the rest of the silver, some people say that it was also brushed on. Sometimes it looks like it wasn't, though, but maybe that's just because that old lacquer paint was so smooth. Either way, I still mask it. And like on some parts, it very much is not. Like on the kidney, it's very clear because the green has a visible layer on the silver. And I suppose it's possible that they only they brushed on some silver depending on timing. Oh, no, don't spill, please. Ah, Lettermany. It spilled. Fine, I'll just have to use it up before it dries on the desk. Masking fluid is still masking fluid, even if it's spilled all over the place. And yes, the top of the Jedi cod is basically just black. So I just assume what the silver is, because it's just black. They did it a little hard on the weathering there. Also, the Jedi cod has 2 holes for armor studs. Not sure if really anyone ever gets that right. Presumably because more people were wearing that costume. In Empire, it was originally only Jeremy, and then it was Jeremy and John. I don't really like how I did the dents, so we're gonna redo that part. And I really wish I didn't spill all that masking fluid, but That is what it is. Bring that just a little bit more. And up a little bit more there. Did I get them the same? More or less. Oh, I'm getting clumsy right now for some reason. More clumsy, I should say. Backplates. I wonder if I can scoop up some of this. Like, okay, not really. That's fine. Back Jedi. The Jedi back does not have dents. The hero back. That is another thing that a lot of people get wrong. Hero has no dents. It's got paint. Like there should be dents because all of the stunts have dents. But for some reason, the wand that they picked for Jedi is a filthy liar. That's much better. See, like here, you can very clearly see that step on the yellow where it's over the silver because the silver's lower than the green. Like there's very clearly a layer there. So like this silver was definitely masked off. So all of it was probably masked off. And then they were probably like, oh, it's taking too much time. Let's just brush the yellow on. God, I hate how cumbersome back. I don't even understand why Boba has a backplate. Like, he's got a jetpack that covers his back. Why does he need the backplate? Just annoying. Not a lot of reference in the middle of the hero back either. So a lot of that is just guesstimations. There is this little dent down here. Thankfully, the backplate that Glenn wears and under the helmet when he's doing the stunt stuff, for some reason, is hero. I don't know why. But that gives us some great reference material for the backplate. And at least something of the back. It's normally facing the jetpack. It's not a lot, but it's something. And it's just kind of a bunch all the way up. So you get up here and then it kind of pushes over a little bit. We've got this scrape kind of in the middle. Probably, just going by the shape of it, was probably not intentional. but it's about all we got in terms of reference. Which is fine by me. Well, while I've got all that masking fluid just sitting there, let's smear it on something, like my custom shoulders. Why not? It doesn't matter if it's weird and gunky for these, because it's custom. I do want the weathering of this shoulder to be roughly based on Empire. Or not based, but inspired by, I should say. So I'm going to pull up that shoulder. The Empire's shoulder is way more intricate than it has any right being in terms of small chipping and things. Like, it's not just blobbed on there. He really took the time to, like, put little tiny changes in the chipping. It's kind of blobbed on there in other spots-ish, but... and a lot of little tiny chips on the edges. And then the big old dent, which we're just gonna smear crap in. Oh, dear. Now let's make the edges a little bit better. Oh, that's running. That's the struggle of the big dent. Masking fluid likes to run. Okay, well, at least the majority of that wasn't wasted. What are you doing over there, Maddie? Do you need something to chew on? Are you bored? Oh, yeah, you're bored. You destroyed your bed. Do you need to go pee-pee? Whoop. You go outside? All right. I'm going to take them outside. Be right back. Outside. Yeah, you guys empty now. Ba ba ba. You guys empty now. You guys maybe lose 2 viewers. Well, probably not. But All right. All right. Oh yeah, I can hit this again. Now we're gonna let the whip cords get pretty dry. And in the meantime, probably, I guess, do the warehouser on these last parts. So I think that's all that's left before the weathering pass. Oh, yeah, and the kidneys need warehouser. Empires are fine. These will need a little bit of stuff. Okay. Yep, this is doable. Especially since I already have some thinned out warehouser. All right, let me switch cameras. First, I'm gonna put my adhesion promoter on. Kidney plates are such a pain. For the sole reason that there's really no good way to hang on to them. Okay, switch cameras. Hayato. Switch cameras to painting. And get my clips back. Do I have, yeah, I definitely have little screws. Yes, perfect. Little screw-on hooks. I'm gonna put in the ceiling of the paint booth. And then I can just hang the kidney plates. And all will be great. Come on. Self-tap, dang it. What's wrong with you? Trying not to hit the camera. It's right there. And now you need a self-tap already. It's like an extra hard part of the blood. Come on. This is a very awkward angle. we go. Do not need to be structural by any means. They are just to hold the kidney plates. Oh yeah, that should be great. Okay. Hang you. Oh, dear. That's fine. Oh man, I'm Doherty today. And last kidney plate. Which presumably will become mine. What the? Last one. Cool. What's it look like? Oh, yeah, I guess that is kind of straight in the camera. But I'm just hitting this stuff with green, so what's it matter? So much green. What is going on in chat? Nothing. Talking to myself. Gonna let all of that set. Why are we cracking a little? The heck? My airbrush is like continuing to let out air even after I let off the trigger. Sometimes. Sometimes for quite a while. How strange. No paint coming out, just air. Maybe I don't have the needle all the way forward. Sometimes that'll do that. Okay, now let's look at these kidney plates one at a time. No, that wasn't it. It's just being weird. All right, whatever. I don't really understand how air can even come out with no paint. But whatever. We're gonna hang those over there. This one's definitely going to become mine because I got a weird little something or other in the paint. I bet that little trigger thing needs some lubricant in the airbrush. That's usually what it is when weird stuff starts happening. I just can never have a normal day with an airbrush, I swear. Oh, I hope Lou sends me his paint soon because I'm on my last bottle of, oh, this is not enough. Um, blue. I don't actually think I have enough green to finish the back plates today, but I will certainly try my best. Unless by some miracle, no, I do not have another bottle. As much as I wish I did. But hey, thinned out, it gave me a full bottle, which I don't think is enough. But it's something at least. Let's see where I'm at. That's pretty thin. Might be a little too thin, honestly, but it works. Just means I have to do another layer, possibly. It's not the end of the world. Guess I really am just going to be doing all of the back plates last. That's all I've got. And I probably will have to touch some of these parts up after they fully dry. So in that case, will I be airbrushing anything else today? Probably not. Especially since my airbrush is, after doing so well, suddenly being weird again. For a completely different reason. We'll just put a little bit of lube in the thing. probably when I accidentally dropped it in the lacquer thinner, it gunked up all the lube. Are all my tools? Yeah, those are all still down here. I want a lube. Ooh. Okay. Let's try and clean out some of this gunk in here. And I'm going to switch back to this camera. So what's everyone doing in chat right now? Anyone working on their own projects? I guess I'm in the background. Maybe I should have waited to paint my custom kit until I was done with commissions, since I did use some Warehouser on it. Granted, I haven't done my custom backplate yet, so. Huh? Oh, right. I need this front thingy. I'll lay you down very carefully first, so I don't bend the needle while I'm trying to clean all the green out of this. Okay. Yep, works fine now. So I just needed a little lube. Let's... Where's the base? There it is. And probably done airbrushing for today, I would guess. Since I barely have any green, what I have left, I'm probably gonna hang on to until all of this stuff is done drying and I can see if it needs another coat. But I can put these back plates somewhere. Or at least masked. Right. 9:30, eh? Otto, do you want any of these to chew on? You look awfully sad that your sister's chewing. You probably just want what she has, though. Oh. All right. Let me pull up Boba Fett reference. Paint by parts. Right chest. Oh, I guess I don't have a thing for that. That's fine. Boba Fett reference. Jedi. Promo. It's a very, very subtle amount of green. That gets scraped off here. Just like you down. Nope, too much. Because it probably was accidental. Now that Maddie's sister has something to chew on, now suddenly Maddie doesn't want to chew. Now she wants to just take what Otto has. I swear they love each other, but man, they only want what each other's got. And trying to do this littlest scrape. It's very difficult. Without getting too much masking fluid. Can do all of the knees though, once I get that trimmed. All about trimming. Everything is so much work. But that's okay. Okay. Well, once I have to weed out I do little vinyl templates for the ab plate damage because it's so ridiculous. Let me check on the chest plates. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, they are rough feeling. Well, Maddie, you let her take that. You stopped chewing on it and got up. I don't know what you were expecting, girl. This one's not as bad, though. Might be able to actually just get these plates done too. With the dark green. Once they're smooth, like knock back all of the crap. They just have to be hit again. Maybe a little bit of the masking fluid fixed. The acrylic really did not like going on top of that lacquer for some reason. But I can fix it. Hooray for steel wool. Ooh, wow. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that is a weird result. But it's all right. Nothing I can't fix. That is if I could get the masking fluid to be small enough. All right. So that will hopefully just get dark green and be good and won't have another weird reaction. That would be sweet. Yep, okay. Hi, Maddie. Again. Move all of this out of the way. And probably just gonna deal with vinyl weeding. So I probably will just wrap up stream. Unless someone wants to see me do this. Or wants to chat in chat. Otherwise, probably... Oh, what is going on here? Oh, okay. Gotta put all of this elsewhere. And cut down like that. And over knife. Hi, Acho. Hi, Mitchie. Cutters. Oh, why are there pliers in the cutters drawer? Oh, okay. Well, it's late. I'm gonna wrap up stream here. Thanks for sticking around and joining me. And if you're on YouTube watching this later, thanks for sticking through. See you probably next week. I don't think I have anything planned, so yeah.